Here we go. We are ready to kick off this incredible event here at the Cavalieri Hilton in Rome. Our tables are Table 4, Hong Xin-Yu, Chinese Taipei, versus Jasmine Ocean, Austria. On the Table 3, Wei Zuqian, Chinese Taipei, versus Zhang Muyan, China. On the Table 2, Chen Yu, Chinese Taipei, versus Han Yu, China. On the Table 1, Chetska Centeno, Philippines, versus Rubilen Amit, Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the matches and thank you for joining us.
Good morning and welcome back to Pro Billiard TV. This is the Banca del Fucino WPA Women's World 10 Ball Championship, and we have another juicy matchup for you, as we have two, well, you could say two of the world's best players going at it, as we have Chiu Cho here on the left from Chinese Taipei taking on Han Yu from China. We're playing 10 ball, as I mentioned. 10 ball is call shot. No early 10 balls are allowed. Best out of 3 sets, races to 4. Here we have Han Yu. Both ladies have won many titles over the past. They cannot wait to claim this one. This one has a $200,000 prize fund, with a first prize of 55,000 US dollars. So it's not a bad payday at all to play pool for a week. I'm sure they will be enjoying all the live action in Rome, but also Rome itself. My name is Tim de Ruiter and I will be here calling the shots. And it is Chiu Cho to break the balls first in the opening set. Yeah, nice square hit overall. Maybe not the most powerful hit. Kinda let the stroke do the work. We've got a couple issues going on with the 1 to the 2 ball. Already a little bit tricky. I have to run into the 5 to be on the 2. And as you can see, the red 3 ball doesn't go by the 4 in the top left. So if you would be chasing the run out, like I said, could play into the 5 ball to get shape on the 2. And then possibly a bank on the 3 ball, that could work. Now the 3 ball. She's looking at banking the 3. I'm just wondering if the 5 ball maybe have come in between. But she doesn't look to be hesitating too much. This Han Yu, who managed to win the Predator Mixed Doubles Open in Austria, together with Wu Kunlin. That being only, what is it, a month or maybe not even 2 months ago, so very comfortable with the equipment. It must be queuing well, obviously. But every match is different. This bank, cross side, run into the 4. No. Chose to go around the 8, doesn't want to, I was gonna say, doesn't want to be hooked by the 8. It looked like the 3 ball was gonna go, but it hung up in a decent leave for Han. could go for a 3-10 combination, but it's so tough. I'd rather try to push the 3 next to the 6. Oh, she tried maybe the cue ball behind the 7. There is another bank on, and this time the shape more ideal. Doesn't really have to do much work with the cue ball. Yeah, and the beautiful cross side on the 3 ball now gives herself a better chance than the one she had before. Just gotta make sure she doesn't put herself straight on the 5. That could cause her to be not so ideal on the 6 ball. Yeah, a little angle on the 5, so not going to be more close to the 6. Can she still run forward without touching the 10? If not, she might have to play the 7 to the bottom left corner instead of the middle. Cue ball back to the center of the table. I gotta say, sometimes you can see some early nerves for the players. It's always different, the practice before the match, and then when you shake the hand, the introduction is there. Some way, sometimes it hypes up the player and a bit of adrenaline maybe comes up. But Han looking very calm and collected from the beginning. Stroke is already smooth. And no doubts that she's going to take the opening rack. She's straight in on the 10. In the opening rack, indeed going to Hanyu. Maybe one of the contenders for the title. Who knows? Defending champion is Jessica Centeno, who put on a great match yesterday in the opening round. Very enjoyable. Of course, everybody has a different style. But also this Chiu Cho, sitting in the chair, also has won the title before in 2022. Both former world champions. Definitely living the dream of doing it again I don't think that's ever gonna stop for these players. Breaking from the middle. Not a square hit. Cue ball tracking towards the middle pocket. Yeah, try break. In this case, I probably would try to break from the same spot again the next time I break. Because, well, she didn't hit it as square as she could. So the result could also be much different. Now, interesting opening shot. Nothing too obvious. To run the cue ball back below the 4 is not easy. The 6 ball could come in between. Could cross the 1 ball straight down. Played a good cue ball here. Does she get full cover? Yes. I was gonna say this kind of shot works, but it's not easy to get the cover on the 1 ball guaranteed. Because it's so wide in the open. So a bit of early trouble for you. She got the hit. Any reward? I do believe the 1 ball goes by the 10. And definitely could float the cue ball forward. So it's a chance. Do we see any problems on the table besides that? Don't think so. Maybe to get from the 3 to the 4. Bit tricky, but overall a great opportunity to get herself going. And this little bit more angle on the 2. Difficult to hold the cue ball, so she might go back and forth. Those are these kind of shots, you know, it looks very easy, but if she had hit the 4, lands the cue ball on the rail, the run out instantly becomes a lot trickier. So it's all these little details. So just gotta make sure she chooses a pocket for the 6. And mainly get the proper angle on the 6 to get to the left for the 7. So indeed, the top left corner it will be. And ideally, kind of straight on the 7 would work. Yeah, perfect run out in play. Really not so much to add what she did to the 6-7 and the 8. Just prime position. Straight in on the 10. And this to level the score, 1 each. And thus both players showing us, I mean, not what they're capable of. We already know what they're capable of. But that they're ready to show it again in this match. So 1 each. Of course, we do have more events happening in Rome, because we also have the Predator Wheelchair Open going on. We've already had some great matches yesterday. And we also will have the Fujifilm Women's Double Master Showdown, a complete new event with 16 of the best women players teams. So 2 female players together. Yeah, it will be interesting to pick a winner for this. So many great pairings. And it's interesting some of the nationalities coming together. For example, Jessica Centeno and Rubel and Aramith. But then, for example, seeing Sylviana Liu and Sakura Muramatsu, Indonesia and Japan. So it's interesting dynamic. I'm very curious to see how that event will go. Now back to the break. She's made a ball on the break, but that 7 ball spoiling the party. No luck, and that means time to play safe. Maybe push and get the 3 and the 6 ball together. Cue ball on the rail could be an option. Yeah, I tried to get the 8 and the 9 in between. The angle on this 2 ball was a bit flat. By flat, I'm saying if the angle was bigger, it would have been easier to spread the pace on both the cue ball and the 2 ball. So it's kind of safe, as in the 2 ball doesn't go to the corner. But Cho might be able to bank the 2 ball out and the cue ball under the 10. Cho, also known as Rita Cho. So don't be confused if I say Rita at some point. For most of us by now it's like almost automatic to use her American name or her English name. Many Asian players do have one of those. Oh, she did try to get underneath the 10. The cue ball was nice. The 2 ball just slightly too wide. Still a decent result though, nothing to worry about. The only problem is maybe Hen can play the cue ball under the 5 ball, 1 rail. She'll have to take a risk sending the 2 towards the 6, and if you make the 6 and hook your opponent behind the 5, she could put you back. But it looks like she might be opting to play this 2 into the bottom left corner in this view. Yeah, she's played it very aggressively. Also tried to do much more with the cue ball. She has missed it, and I think she might have opened up the 3 ball. Might go by the 5. And overall on this rack, I think there is not so much to do besides that 3 ball. The 3 ball was laying quite bad. Of course, if you're looking for more brackets or more information, prize money, players list, upcoming events, Pro Billiard Series has many events coming still for this year. Very exciting for the players, but also for us, of course. We want to see the very best in action. Make sure to go to probilliardseries.com. All the events played on Predator equipment, Arcadia reserve cloth, Predator arc tables, Arcos 2 balls, the Predator AeroRack, and the Predator bridge. Now, a little bit of a challenge, some traveling from the 6 to the 7. And now I'm not too worried if she's going to get on the 7 ball. It's just that if you get straight on the 7, it's not so great to land something decent on the 8 ball. So and there's that little bit of a look. Sometimes players do this, you know, when something just not happened for them. They kind of just stare into in some kind of a deep end of the venue. It's like you're not even focused on anything. You just give it that look like, can you really believe I landed straight there? Like this kind of frustration. It's not enough to show real frustration. But yeah, as you can see, straight on the 7 just ended her run. She'll have to play safe. I think behind the 9 is still okay, but could also go behind the 10. But I really would have liked to at least freeze the cue ball upon a ball. And does have some options. I gotta say the jump cue, not impossible, but with how many kicking options you have, you gotta favor yourself to make a solid hit. And the solid hit she makes, she's got the distance in, okay. It's a chance for Cho. The 9 ball now also being blocked by the 10 to the bottom left. That means we're gonna have to see more safety play. She's going to play the overcut. Cue ball 2 rails up table. Looks like she might be playing the 8 straight up table. Whatever you play there, I believe you really have to go for the distance option. Well, I don't mind the fact she did send the 8 towards the 9 and the 10. You don't know what's going to happen. If it lands behind the 9 or the 10, it would have been a little bit of a roll, but it's also a choice you make to miss it on a certain side. But she's left the 8 on. A little bit of a tester on the queuing. Yeah, beautiful kill stroke. Cue ball dead stopped. There was a really slight cut in on the 8, but no trouble at all. So that means Joe is gonna take the lead. Quite the battle this rack. No break and runs. It has been grinding for both players to get the rack on the board. Referee Dave Pearson racking the balls while we look at the stats. Yeah, Cho 909. Yeah, and if you look at it, her stats dropped quite a bit when she missed 3 balls. She has missed balls, but not all of them resulting in a direct punishment right after. That's why the scoreline... I mean, the scoreline could have been worse. But like I said, she's missed the bank in the opening rack. Didn't instantly lose the rack because of it. So 909 against 667. Oh, Joe sticking to the break from the side. Cue ball right in the mix with 2-3 balls tracking towards the middle. Try break, and is you going to roll up on the 7? That might not be enough. No. So we all know what's coming. Thin contact on the 1. Get the cue ball to the other long rail. If you can get the full cover, it will already be very tough to at least get to the 1 ball. Did she leak an edge? Yes, she has. So also, well, you cannot say those are big mistakes or like massive problems, but it could have been that slight bit better. Hugh is going to look for a window between the 3 and the 2. Hitting this real thin. Yeah, just short on pace. She had the line. Chose to leave herself long on the 7. I was already wondering, are we gonna see a big stroke? No, she kept it simple. Now then, a long 2 ball. She needs a solid angle on the 3 ball to cross over to the opposite long rail for the 4. So I like to play this top spin, maybe a drip of inside. Predator Black Q series in action. A little rub of the 3 ball. She does have an angle at least. Yeah, possibly trying to control the cue ball a bit too much. Missed it by quite a bit too. There was some disappointment there. Cue dropping on the floor. She also knows this was a good opportunity to bring herself on the hill first in this race to 4 set format. Oh, but this looks to be short too, yeah. I mean, she did have quite some space still to find a window between the 5 and the 9, so a bit surprising she has come short. On the other side, on this high level, most of the time they're not going to miss many balls or play the wrong positional shot. It's just a feeling for the table that can cause big issues too. And a bit of an odd safety here too. Don't even think she played to get the 8 ball in between, for example. She's going for distance. 4 next to the 10. Cue ball up table. Can she get there? Yes. Six ball does come into play, but she might have an edge, and that edge on the left side of the 4 might be enough to bring the cue ball all the way back up to where the cue ball is now. As you can see, she's frozen to the rail, so a bit limited on the cueing. Wow, how thin did she hit that? That cue ball could have scratched off the 9 in the middle, but I mean, at least it's safe behind the 5. The 1 rail kick is on, but that was super thin, razor thin. Well, as I said, there's no early 10 balls. Doesn't get you the win, so the 10 will come back up into play. Did wind the shot clock all the way down to 1 second. And that little nudge, yeah, she did apologize to you. Or no, she did actually apologize to Cho, excuse me. Because that little nudge on the 5 worked out perfectly. Not too much work to get on the 6. A little bit of back and forth traveling though, from the 7 to the 8. And then from the 8 back up table for the 9, but this is a chance for 2 each. Yeah, interesting how Cho played the kick, trying to run the cue ball back up table, but didn't call the 10. It's a bit interesting. Okay, she was trying to get the 6 in between, so imagine if she hit it just slightly thinner. She would have hooked herself completely. Now, I think this is key shot for now. Needs a proper angle on the 8 ball. She is coming across the positional area. So a bit bigger of a cut, but she does have the natural angle, so not too much on the queuing. Bear down, don't move. Make a hit on the ball. Find yourself 2 rails up to the 9. Top left spin. How is the pace? 50-yard line. This is one of those shots. We've seen it yesterday. I've seen this shot being missed 3 times yesterday. But it is one that's supposed to always go. And this time it does go 2 each in a race to 4. We're all tied. Will be Hanyu breaking in the next one. Who is going to run away with this set? And here's the stats now with Joe missing a ball. A couple safeties that were a bit so-so. Player overall performance dropping a little bit. 815 to 750. Steady percentage, but I'm quite sure both can hit a gear or level up a bit. Yeah, break success 0% for Hanyu. Does have a chance now to change that stat. No falls from both, but also no very dangerous scenarios happening on the table yet. If you look at the safety exchanges. Yeah, beautiful pop, as in great energy. But the cue ball straight down the drain, straight into the middle. And makes a ball for Cho to go on the hill first. Yeah, 6 Chinese Taipei players. No, that's not right. 7 Chinese Taipei players and 6 Chinese players in this field. 64 players in this field battling for $200,000 prize fund. So definitely 2 of the stronger nations out there. Needs to get straight on the 5 or at least an eye angle to go around the 10. These kind of details, these are important, you know. It's so easy to get the wrong angle on this 5 and not being able to get on the 6 ball. Yeah, a little bit more angle on the 7, so she won't be able to draw where she is now or closer to the 8. That's why she's going to stun off the rail next to the 9. Just don't give yourself extreme angles. But try to give yourself angles. She's going to float this in. You can see deep breathing. She knows it's a very important moment in this opening set. Did wipe its feet, but the new cloth does help her, and she's traded on the 10, so... And you scratching on the break. It's now going to put her back against the wall. 3-2 now, Chiucho. She'll be breaking to take the opening set. Yeah, very hot temperatures out there in Rome. Hoping for the equipment not to change too much. In general, just the rails can be tricky, but we've got this problem worldwide. I mean, look at the Philippines. They still find a way to play on the tables, even though they are super slow or super fast at times. It doesn't matter. But just for the players themselves, it is like 35 degrees out there right now. That's Celsius. It's still morning, so I'm assuming not too many Americans are watching this match yet. If you are, a very good morning. In a dry break. So this opening set has been a true battle. And none of the two players could disagree. They both had table time. They both had chances. So a race to 4 in this case, definitely not too short. But one mistake could put you in a horrible deficit, losing the opening set. Should be looking at the umbrella kick. Sending the 1 ball out, maybe the cue ball into the long rail and behind the 8. Or is she going with the low left spin, trying to play the kick and stick? Yeah, I did play that very firm. I think she was playing the kick and stick. I kind of would have liked to maybe play that with top right and go the extra rail behind the 8. Nonetheless, she still has the hook behind the 2, so no worries. Maybe a little contact on the 1. Wow, beautiful carom on the 6 ball. She also knows that she was not going to get like a rack winning opportunity because of that. But sometimes you gotta come up with big shots, you know, creative stuff, to then now play a perfect safety behind the 5, lock the cue ball up, get the ball in hand, and finish the job. That carom onto the 6 could pay dividends. But I gotta say, the cue ball had to be closer to the 5. This is a one-rail escape. And you has called it into the middle, and this could also go off the 4 ball into the middle. Oh, she hit it so thin. Of course, one of the dangers, but super thin contact. Cue ball straight into the middle. And look at this layout. At first glance, I couldn't really see any problems at the table. Especially when you take 1, 2, 3 and the 4 away. There is so much space near the center of the table to get from the 5 to the 7. And this is to take the opening set. So like I said, she did play a real first carom on the 6. And it did pay dividends. Yeah, I wanted to be a little straighter on the 3 ball. So she might have to go traveling the cue ball 2 rails. Long rail, short rail. Maybe even a 3rd. Yeah, she's played it over the 3rd. Yeah, again, would have loved to be straight, so the cue ball's going away from the 5 ball a little bit. The only thing she needs is to be straight or a little angle on the 5, and she can go straight up for the 7. So it's not horrible. But especially under the pressure, you would like to get a grip on the cue ball. Get that natural angle. Stay kind of close to your work. You don't want to put any more pressure on your cueing. So low right. Trying the cue ball up table. Not as much right, more draw, of course. The more right you play, the deeper you screw. It's only going to help the cue ball. Now, 1 rail down for the 9. If she gets straight in on the 9, you could say this lady from Chinese Taipei is going to take the opening set. Has been a pure battle though between the two of them. This one a little longer and a slight angle. Oh, she is actually even opting to get to the short side of the 10. I thought she was still able to drop this in dead weight. Just plain ball, but can imagine under this pressure she would like to get the stroke out. Close to the corner, but she's perfect on the 10. And this opening set will be going to Chiu Cho. Like I said, a true battle. A lot of defense. Things didn't come easy for both sides. But it's Cho taking the opening set, and it looks like Han Yu is taking the glove off. So both players are going to take their timeout. That means myself, Tim de Ruiter, I'm going to take a timeout too. Get your refreshments in, some snacks, and I'll see you right back for the second set between Chiu Cho and Han Yu. Welcome back, everybody, to the Banca del Fucino WPA Women's World 10-Ball Championship. And as you can see, we have a great match on our hands. Chiu Cho just won the opening set 4-2 against Hanyu. And Hanyu to break the balls in the second to keep the dream alive. Okay, this is still the double elimination stage. This is a winners round 1 match. My name is Tim de Ruiter. Welcome back. Good morning to all the Americans. Good afternoon to a lot of countries in Asia. Quite sure there will be some Asian spectators. A bit of a better break. I mean, still the cue ball a bit wild. And not the start Hanyu has been thinking about, probably in the restroom, trying to freshen up. Yeah, I was just going to say, to get from the 1 to the 2, it looks so easy, but she had to come straight down between those 2 balls. This means Hanyu will get back to the table, but will she be hooked? That's the question. The answer is yes. Jump cue will be coming out. Could try to bank the 2 ball up table. The cue ball possibly under the 5, 7 and the 9. Yeah, does she even... I think she might have that combination. Is it too tricky to go for? No. Oh, look at that nice little extra nudge. Oh, we do have some trouble on the table. Just look at the 5 ball. What could be the plan to still stage a run out? Get the angle on the 4 ball to make something happen. Stop the cue ball, take the bridge, go 3 rails under the 5 and play safety behind the 9 and the 7. I don't mind that play. Yeah, I definitely would like to play to the bottom side. I mean, unless you like to take a big gamble and run into it, but you know, you're playing a world championship. Every rack is important in these short sets, so play yourself to the bottom, stick the cue ball behind the 9 and the 7 and complete your run afterwards. But she did go aggressive. This is going around it. I cannot believe she played to go into the 5. Okay, she was trying to go from the bottom short rail into the 5 to have the 5 into the top left. But, you know, okay, you don't want your opponent to come back to the table because they could kick and have some luck. On the other side, yeah, I really like the safety. So mistake from Cho, needs to play the kick and stick. This she has played well. Is it speedy enough? Might be. But then again, this is easier to hit than solid safety on the 5. Last thing I'm going to say about it. Missed opportunity. And you now, maybe the jump cue. Let's see if she can maybe draw the cue ball under the 7 and the 9. I was just going to say this is a phenomenal shot she played, but I have a feeling she might be frozen on the 9. You could see the disappointed. Even if she can see the 7 full ball, she could play a safety behind the 9 or even have it in the middle. But look at this, just pure frozen. I mean, I was at the point of going insane about the jump. Now, if the 7 does go, could be painful for Hanyu. Still awkward queuing by the 8, and if the 7 doesn't have the full corner, this 7 could be missed. Yeah, she's playing the combination, so nothing straightforward. Yeah, as I said, a bit painful for Hanyu. Difficulty in these sets too. She just lost the opening set, now losing the opening rack in the second set this way. Before you know it, your opponent is on the double hill and you kind of felt like you've played a solid second set. You know, the balls sometimes dictate what's going to happen, and it's up for the player who plays the best to take full advantage of that. So the opening rack in the second set going to Chiu Cho. Let's have a little look across the room. Maybe some interesting results. I won't be able to go all over the bracket. I don't have enough time for that. Make sure to check out ProBilliardSeries.com if you want to check out the full bracket. Interesting match, actually. Cheska Centeno and Rubel and Aramith. They are partnering up in the Fujifilm Women's Showdown. But they're playing each other in winners round 1. Rubel winning the opening set. Savannah Easton must be playing very well. Of course, coming off a 3rd place finish in the World 8-Ball Championship. She has beaten Yunmi Lin 2-0. So she's already through into the winners qualification round. All the other matches still going on. More results coming up soon. Now, a 1 ball going straight in. If the 3 ball stops, she has a shot on the 2. Did it nestle up on the 2 ball? Is it still going to the corner? If it does, I do believe we might get our first breaker run in this match. Look at this. 2 and the 3. 4 in the middle. Gives you the 5. A little bit of draw. To get from the 5 to the 6. What an opportunity. Did land the cue ball on the rail. We'll have to play this with a little bit of right spin too. to come off a little bit towards the 9. So that plus the ideal pace. Well, she's back into prime position now. Just stay away from queuing over a ball. She has done nicely there. Now stun right. Land between the 6 and the 7. 6 doesn't have all the corners or all the pockets available. So navigate this one. And she has, look at this, ball and hand shape. Yeah, as I was gonna say, the first breaker run might be coming. So far, a textbook run out. Depending if she has a little angle towards the middle, she could stop the cue ball, but a little bit of draw. This 10 for a first breaker run and a 2-0 lead, putting Cho in a very favorable lead in this match. Yeah, so that jump Henyu made, that's the point. Like, if she had shape on the 7, so many things she could have done. This set could have been completely different. Now, Henyu will have to kind of accept the fact that she got unlucky and has to pray for another opportunity to turn the whole set around. So, third rack, second set. So just coming up with the perfect break. This time the 1 ball not dropping. Anything else? No. Is this the chance Henyu has been waiting for? Does she get something open? No. The 7 ball in between. The 1 doesn't go by the 4. So the push out has been played. Cue ball to the bottom short rail. She left a bit of more queuing on the cue ball, not leaving it frozen to the rail. So more options spin wise. Can she roll up on the 4? No. What did she push out to? I don't see any offense. Was thinking maybe the right side of the one with right spin, running the cue ball in between the two and the three ball out. Yeah, I gotta say, I don't like it that much. It's so easy to catch the two ball and sell out, or catch the three ball and sell out. Wow, she did find a way to bring the cue ball out. Is she going to stick behind the 10? Oh, it's not behind the 10. Did she leave a window? That would be ruthless if it does. Horrific attempt though to stick the cue ball behind the 10. Like I said, it was just a really small window to bring the cue ball out between the 2 and the 3 ball. Wow, she might be fitting right in between. You could see that little smirk Hanyu got on her face. No window. But still, she did have a window to play safety on, and we all know that feeling, leaving that gap and just feel like the pool gods are just that little bit against you. What more could you have done? Yeah, just if you think about it, one of these players are going to have to battle all over the one-loss side to be able to get themselves back into the single elimination. And Hanyu just missed the whole one-ball kick there. One she's supposed to hit, to be honest. Yeah, definitely 3 matches on the one-loss side. Maybe even a 4th. No, I think 3 matches for the loser of this match to join the last 16 again. You don't know who you're going to draw in the one-loss side too. I would have liked to be a little bit more off the rail, but if she floats this in with a drip of right, she can on the 3 ball. Look at how much space again near the center of the table, and especially the right side of the table, which makes the run out a lot more accessible. Well, maybe a little trouble. Looked like she got quite straight on the 4. Can she still cheat the pocket and draw the cue ball at least towards the 5? Take more cut on the 5 ball is an option, but really depends on the angles. I think she can cheat a little bit too. Now for the newcomers, when I say cheat, I'm more saying she's creating an angle with the cue ball by pocketing the ball either to the left side or the right side of the pocket. So nothing illegal, no worries. Well, honestly, I don't think she's played the prettiest of pool in the opening set. But in this second set, she really has stepped up her game. And Hanyu is going to be in big trouble soon. I cannot imagine her getting back to the table now. If you look at how the balls are positioned, all the hard work has been done. Yeah, this 10 to get on the double hill. Chi Yu Cho gets the job done. Yeah, a bit unlucky on the safety for Han Yu to leave that window. Strong safety following from Cho. And a kick shot Han Yu was supposed to hit. Now, as you can see, table 2. Rubelin won the first set 4-3. And the score now 2 each. So a crucial point in the match. Yeah, mature shot she's played there. Could have gone very aggressive going for the bank. But nestling the cue ball upon the 10. Now we do have another couple rounds coming, of course. This is the opening match for today. Next match being at 1:30. So that's like, what is it? Approximately an hour from now, a little bit over. Well, at least she does get back to the table. She needs to win the next 4 to keep her hopes alive in this match. What do you have? Can you still play the 1 into the 2? Cue ball trying to freeze up on the 4. Or do you have to thin the 1 ball, bring the cue ball under the 5? On table 1 at 1:30, we will have Xiao Fengfu against Ina Kaplan. Table 1. Table 2, Sakura Muramatsu and Brianna Miller. Yeah, I like the shot she chose to play. I think she's played it well. No edge for the 1. Okay, she would have liked to stick the cue ball perfectly. Gives you a good feeling. But should be happy enough. Then table 3, 1:30, we will have Caroline Pau from the USA against Kelly Fisher. And table 4, Xia Meng Hang against Sara Iannini. Well, I gotta say, I understand now why Han Yu looked a bit disappointed there. I thought the safety was all right, but apparently she did leave a shot on. And look at this positional shot. Okay, you still need a proper shot on this 3 ball to get to the 4. But she now has given herself every chance. I think she might play this into the top left corner. Or she could also play a safety behind the 6. No risk. You know, hard work. Get the job done. The 6 ball is now also blocking a line to go over the top long rail. So the easiest way to hit the 3 ball is blocked. Yeah, beautiful 2-rail hit. Did she get anything of a result? Well, besides the fact that Cho is going to stick the cue ball behind the 7 again, there might be a carom. Yeah, I don't know what's worse right now. I mean, I just feel like this second set really hasn't been happening at all for you. Getting the ball in hand, and then the best thing you can do with the ball in hand is to play another safety. No other options available. Like I say, the balls, they dictate the game at times. The best thing you can do is play your absolute best. Play the correct shot, play it with the best skill you can give it. Then hopefully at times the balls are going to support you. Yeah, this is a good jump though. Got the distance. Great hit. This is why I say I feel like Henyo is a bit unlucky. So cue ball all the way down to the 8. 3 ball into the 9. This is the shot. The cue ball did land into the 5. Well, it's not everybody's favorite shot, especially with the slick conditions. But there is a cut, and I'm quite sure we're gonna see Cho chase the win. Well, how about that for a shot? Perfect cut. She can bring the cue ball back down for the 5 into the 8. We might not see Henyo back at the table. Phenomenal cut. Like I said, the cue ball does arc differently on the new cloth compared to your local club. So the cut definitely, I mean, it's not more difficult, it's just different from what most of the players are used to. And now, well, maybe the story has a little different till set. I mean, we do not have the 5-8 combination, we still have the carom, but where does the 5 ball land? Spacey, does it get a shot with the 10? Does it get on top of the 10? Does it get anything? No. So maybe momentum is looking for a bit of drama in this match still. Yeah, on the other side, you could say to still have this kind of safety. I mean, it's a bit fortunate. And you're now going to kick 2 rails, hoping to make the 5 or maybe trying to get it behind the 10 to get the hook. And this for me is a pure sign things are just really not going her way. If you imagine, she did catch the proper side of the 5 ball too, going 2 rails. And I mean, this is probably the only way to hit it this thick and not make the ball. Like I said, Cho has been playing much better this second set than the first. But also things have been, I'm not going to say going her way. I don't want to discredit her, but the ball's definitely favored Cho for a bit. And that killed the vibe for Hanyu. So this 10 for Chiu Cho to get into the winner's qualification round. And Hanyu will have to win a couple matches through the one loss side to make it back through to the last 16. Thanks everybody for tuning in. We will have plenty more action to come from the Banca del Fucino WPA Women's World 10 Ball Championship. My name is Tim de Ruiter. We will be back with more action in approximately an hour. We'll see you then.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Then you look at your
So we're into day 2 of the Banca, sorry.
go.
It's day 2 of the Banca del Fucino WPA Women's 10-Ball World Championship, and a winners round 1 match saw Chao Cheyu of Chinese Taipei defeat Han Yu of China 2-0. Congratulations and into the winners qualification round. How did you feel the match went?
其实这场比赛，我觉得专注力以及我在判断处理球方面很好，然后自己精神上以及专注力都维持得相当棒。因为韩语其实是一个很优秀的选手，他拿过很多大赛冠军，那相对来说跟他对战就要非常的小心。那这一次我觉得表现得相当好，希望能够继续下去。
And it's the World Championship, one of the biggest events of the year. How have you prepared for this one?
其实我也没有说特别在练球上面有什么变化，只是说我自己在生活作息上，然后还有一些练球的频率，自己稍微调整一下，然后我觉得效果相当不错。
Now, aside from the 2 pool tournaments you're playing in this week, how have you been enjoying the beautiful city of Rome here?
因为在从美国飞到罗马，我有大概2天的时间休息，然后我留在市区稍微走一走，然后看一下美丽的城市，然后也去了罗马竞技场，还有一些其他很漂亮的地方，梵蒂冈博物馆附近，然后觉得相当棒，很享受在这里。
Well, thank you very much for talking to us, and good luck in your doubles match this afternoon.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
playing 10 ball. As I mentioned, it's best out of 3 sets, races to 4, call shot, per usual for 10 ball. And in case we go hill in the deciding set, we do have a shootout possible. The American breaking the balls first. My name is Tim de Ruiter, and I'm going to try and go for all the shots, all the action. Not too familiar, honestly, with Brianna's game. Wondering, of course, a lot of players coming from the USA for the World 8-Ball Championship that happened last week. So jet lag definitely a thing. Maybe a bit heavier on Brianna, who knows? Going to find out very soon. Now, dry break. Already a very messy layout on our hands here. The ball on the rail. So not much to do on this one ball to get a bit lower on the 2. So she decided to tap this in. Take more of a cut. Is she going to play a safety? Is she going aggressive? I don't see much value into making this 2. I would not prefer to be the one opening up the 3 ball for my opponent. Yeah, a bit tricky. A lot of traffic around it. Needs to hit a rail. She has. 6 ball touch the rail. A nice return from Miller. You could say maybe a slight advantage for Muramatsu in this match. Lost 2-1 to Pia Feller yesterday on the stream table, but maybe a bit more used to the whole setup. Of course, we have the stream, the whole arena. It all plays well into your feelings. Nice straight draw. Now this time, I would say the first time, there's a nice run-out opportunity. Things were laying so horrible after the break, nobody would ever want to start. Oh. She was trying to work her way up to the 4 ball with a bit of spin. She missed the 3 ball. A bit surprising. Also chose to go very aggressive to take on the cut on the 3 ball. Could have played a safety behind the 4. Now straight on the 4. She's looking at playing a stop shot. I'm not sure how that angle is going to work her way from the 5 to the 6. She did draw back. Did she draw back far enough to be able to go twice across? She goes twice the long rail. Could get the 6 to the top left. She doesn't have it, so they call the 5 into the middle 3 rails. I don't think that's gonna go with where the 9 is playing. Yeah, was running out of time. Didn't have too many more solutions. Well, safety behind the 10. I don't think she's got the full cover. Meaning Muratsu might be able to clip the left side of the 5. Bringing the cue ball behind the 8, 9, and the 7, 3 rails. Now I'm assuming Brianna Miller has some experience playing one pocket, so that tactical advantage might be a bit on the American side. Who knows? Like I said, I'm not too familiar, but we are sure they play a lot of one pocket in the USA. Gives you a little bit more knowledge about the cue ball. What kind of safety is there? Yes or no? Is she going to cut this into the corner, run into the 6? Yes. 6 ball just stopping and just in time. I think there's a cut into the middle. We'll have to go 2 rails to play the 7 into the bottom right corner in this view. So some right spin needed. Yeah, she did catch the 6 fuller than she wanted to, so too much angle. Chose to not take any risks. So another safety.
Seven ball corner pocket.
And the safety has paid dividends. Now, I do have to say, to get some rhythm going into this match, it's important to get the out at this point. It's not going to make the players feel very confident around the table if every time they make a ball they have to play safe. Now get one good run out in. Now they start believing. And well, that's where the beautiful things start to happen in general. And the straight-in 10 ball for Brianna Miller to take the opening rack in this match. Will be a tough grind. Now we do have a lot of matches going on from the one loss side. This is the first round in the one loss side. There's actually a couple players out there that might be a surprise to see them in the one loss side. For example, Zhao Feng Fu, Ina Kaplan, Chia Cha Cho, the little sister of Chiu Cho, Seo also lost in the opening round. Kelly Fisher, Linnea Hjalmarström. So quite some players in there that, I mean, my opinion, might not belong into the one loss side so early. If you want to make sure to stay up to date with the scores, make sure to check out ProBilliardSeries.com. Now, a dry break. Does have a cut. Does have the opportunity to play position on the 2, but the 3 ball not so available. Yeah, a little bit closer to the rail. Does have an angle to possibly run into the 5. Cue ball slides a little bit forward. Does have the 3 into the middle if she does. I feel like if she draws away from the 5 ball, the cue ball might be a bit too speedy to still hold for the 3 ball in the middle. Yeah, nicely done. Slowly this rack opening up. Ooh, doesn't want to be straight on the 4. Little angle to work with, but can still go forward 2 rails to play the 5 in the top left. Will need to be quite straight on the 5 to still stay on the 6 ball. Oh, never expected her to overcut at 5. Look at how she would have left herself on the 6. Of early nerves maybe for Murumatsu. Definitely the opportunities for Miller to get going. Can she kill the cue ball still for the 7? Yes. Top right spin back to the middle of the table. This should be 2-0. But we all know what pressure can do. Yeah, I can see a little bit of a spark there. Some rhythm coming for Brianna Miller, who runs out after that missed 5 ball from Muromatsu. Now 2-0 up. Sure, her family or friends are watching live from the USA. It must be like, was it 8 a.m.? Depending where they are, of course. So good morning to all the Americans. Konnichiwa to everybody from Japan. Might be 8 p.m. Maybe even later. Honestly, I wouldn't know specifically. This match so far looking a bit one-sided. If you just tuned in, it looks 2-0 Brianna. But both have had their chances and also have had the table time to make a difference. Yeah, nice draw on the 2. Confident stroke. Does put herself on a chance to play a good save. I do think this will be at least decent to hit. Maybe even decent enough to hit this thin and play a similar safety. Well, I wonder, I was just going to say, she needs a contact with the rail afterwards. She hasn't, so ball in hand. This is a chance already to bring herself on the hill first. A little bit short on his 5 ball. I mean, it's all manageable, but might have to put the cue ball just next to the 7. Queuing over the 8 a little bit. And then now the biggest question is, where is the 7 going to end up? I probably would like to play this with low right spin, bring the cue ball back near the side pocket, and the 7 ball is going to track 2 rails. Yeah, nicely controlled. Is playing some good stuff. Needs to close it out now to get on the hill. Would be a waste of all the hard work if you're the Miller fan, of course. Looks comfortable as ever. I mean, she's got some pace around the table. Maybe it's the nerves pushing her. Who knows? Perfect on the 10. Looks like a straight in.
10 ball corner pocket.
So this for 3-0. Muramatsu right off the bat in trouble. Yeah, of course, it's very early into this match, but if you look at the player overall performance, Brianna Miller, 8.85. She's got 67% table time. So mainly this opening set has been all about her. Not too many safeties. They both missed one ball, and well, gotta say the last break definitely decent too. So let's see if she can copy that one. She'll be breaking to close out the opening set 4-0. Try break, shot on the 1. It's an open layout, just a 3-ball needs quite some work. Are we going to see an answer from Muramatsu? She's got the wrong angle on this 3-ball. We'll have to force an angle out to get at least onto the 4 to get to the bottom. Yeah, cheating the pocket. Where does she leave? Straight in for Brianna. Muramatsu is clearly struggling. Draw back, give yourself angle from the 4 to go 2 rails up to the 5. And you're shooting for the set. And this set has been flying by. Bit straighter though on this 4, so we'll have to go forward. And this 5 doesn't go to the top right. She should have checked that before. Back to the center of the table. I think this is, for now, the most pressure shot she will have to play. Yeah, I was gonna say, very snatchy stroke. Also, look at the whole thing. A lot of spin on the cue ball, unintended. Speed wrong, overcut. She is cleaning her grip, so maybe a bit sticky inside, who knows? Ooh, just barely dropping. Needs a cue ball to slow down. Or go more forward. I mean, I think she's landed exactly in the middle. Both the cut in the corner and into the middle. Dangerous. Not saying impossible, but dangerous.
8 ball corner pocket. Extension.
Yeah, did go for the bank. She did get the safety in mind. But Kaz says she might even be able to go one rail with right spin, kicking the one down table. It's going a little bit more difficult. 2 rails. Called it in the middle pocket. Yeah, she's missed it. Well, it's another lifeline at least. It's a chance for Muromatsu to possibly get going. It's the only positive thing she could look out for right now. Things are not coming by easy. In the end, it is Sakura Muromatsu getting her first rack on the board. She did make a brilliant comeback against Pia Filler, being down 3-1, turning the opening set around 4-3. She might be able to do the same. Here's the stats again. 700 player overall performance against the 813 for Brianna Miller. Haven't seen any of the breaks. That's why there's no stats for Muromatsu yet. Falls and missed shots quite even, although Miller just cleared up more balls. If you look at balls pocketed, I think the biggest difference so far has been there. Well, it's long, but it's a cut. And if you look at the 2-ball, it's definitely tempting to take this on. Yeah, clever choice not to take it on. She's got the full cover. It's difficult to hit. Could also scratch into the middle of the one, so tricky stuff. Good hit. Who's the leave? I think she could have hit it any better. Beautiful kick escape from Brianna Miller. Bringing back some pressure on the Japanese lady. Yeah, nice solid full hit. And also this 1-ball I don't think has leaked out far enough. Yeah, this is a bit of a tricky position if you look at the scoreline. Any chance Brianna gets might be the end of the set. But maybe if Muramatsu gets another opportunity, she might run out, break a run, and now you're 3 each. So it's like just one opportunity either way could make a complete turnaround.
One ball corner pocket.
Yeah, I think she left too much on this one. She went aggressive, also with the timer running out. It's not easy. Sometimes you just get into these positions where you have no idea what to play, and then the clock starts counting down. Can be a little stressful, the shot clock, at times. So now what would be very difficult in this rack? Probably the 3 to the 4. With where the 6, 8, and 5 are laying, not easy to get on the 4. So it would be nice to get close to the 3-ball, making things easier for herself. I'm not a big fan of how she's put herself, but with the draw, possible to put herself next to the 5. Oh, did she? Not sure. Was she just trying to stop the cue ball because there was a slight angle? I think she might have put herself not on the cut at least.
Four ball corner pocket.
Yeah, she's kicking, called the top left, trying to get the 6, 8, or the 5 in between. She hit it too firm. She's going to leave this over the corner. Another chance for Brianna Miller. Upright spin, run towards the 5. A little bit more cut on the 6. Would have liked to be a little straighter. Well, she's going forward. Is she playing the 6 in the corner? Good play for the 6 in the corner. Nice execution there. Was important to get back into line. So she has the opportunity in her own hands again. And it's more on the positional side to run out the set this time. None of the shot making, not like the 6 ball she missed the previous rack. Oh, just barely past the side, a little bit more angle on the 10. This to take the opening set for Brianna Miller from the USA. Yeah, she does get the 10 ball down. She does take the opening set, and you can see Momomatsu getting out of the chair. She's going to take her time out. She has to regroup. She has to come back fresher because Brianna Miller so far has just been playing better in the opening set. So that means I'm also going to take a timeout, just like the players. But I promise we will be back very soon with set number 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the Banca del Fucino WPA Women's World 10 Ball Championship. This is a loser round one match, or better known as the one last side. First round in the one last side. That means the loser of this match will have to leave the tournament and enjoy Rome. I mean, there are definitely worse things. So far, it looks like Muramatsu will have to leave the tournament. Brianna Miller taking the opening set 4-1. It's Muramatsu to break the balls first. My name is Tim de Ruiter. I'm trying to go over all the shots with you. And definitely one of the better breaks we've seen yesterday also. I mean, I don't want to keep going about her previous match. Yes, she lost that match. She was breaking the balls well. She was making balls, just a bit unlucky here and there with the shape. So this is a great outcome. She's got to give herself an angle on the 2. Some work to do from the 2 to the 3 ball. Well, let's see. Is she going to play a little bit forward, go 2 rails off the 4 to the 5 in the left middle, or is she going to draw back? She goes forward, more distance, more likely to miss the ball, but more natural to get the position. Yeah, definitely will have to step it up after the opening set. I'm not going to say she played bad, but just the running game overall wasn't that strong, and Brianna getting a bit more rhythm going. So a little bit forward, needs the angle to float up table after 7. Yeah, just wonder what could be the difference. Now she looks like she's striking the ball nice and pure. Nothing weird. Just wonder why it starts to go so late on the other side. If she can get the advantage early on, she might be able to play this into a third and deciding set. How's the pace? It's a bit pacey. Bit pacey.
10 ball corner pocket.
But nice and clean. Great start to the second set for Muramatsu. Gets the breaker run in. A complete difference if you compare to the opening set. But, you know, we're only gauging off one rack, so let's see how long can she stay at the table. Can she maybe take as much time at the table to where Brianna gets called in the chair? That would be quite impressive. I'm not talking slow play, I'm more saying another breaker run, maybe two more, you know, that the dream start can also slow your opponent down. Well, there we go, maybe. Two balls in, shape on the one. Imagine also if you break the balls over and over and you do not get any position, like you make balls and you do not get shape or just dry breaks only, you never feel like you can get going. Now, when you suddenly start to make a couple balls, she has a look on the one. She can choose to play to the bottom right and draw the cue ball over for the two in the bottom left, or play the one into the bottom left and play with a low left spin to draw over. It depends. I'm saying now she actually feels like she can do something, and that gets your stroke going. Just got to be careful not to scratch into the middle. And to get behind the 5. Could she have played maybe into the long rail? Could she have played maybe a line between the 4 and the 8 to where she was not going to scratch? We're never going to find out. I just know this is tough to hit. We'll have to go in between the 4 and the 8. Nothing else. Well, there's always a different line you could kick, but this probably being the most natural line. Nice hit. Any luck? Well, this might go. Have to load the cue ball up with a lot of right spin to throw the cue ball more towards the short rail. So a bit thinner contact, a little curve around the 6 also. Or is she going to play? Oh, she didn't even need to spin it. She had plenty. Yeah, she has been cueing the ball nicely. It's just the only thing you could blame her for is the 6 ball she missed at 3-0. Now, is she going top left spin? Get a little smaller angle on the floor. Top right spin. Did she put herself straight-ish? That's not ideal though. She has a small angle she can draw in between the middle pocket and the 5. Yeah, not straight enough at least to draw straight down for the 6. So she'll have to go back and forth. The 8 ball coming into play a little bit. So she might want to play 3 times the long rail. So left, right, and then again the left long rail just to make sure she's not behind the 8. To catch it a little thicker. Cue ball stays. You could say almost everywhere would have been okay, just not so close to the rail. She might have to elevate to be able to play with low left spin. Yeah, just an awkward position, an awkward stroke to play with that cue ball so close to the rail. I think she might have left Muramatsu straight in on the 6. So we might see a complete opposite set happening right in front of us.
It was high.
Good cut. Just gotta be careful. Yeah, she was trying to hold the cue ball too much. What a mistake. I mean, she definitely could have played it with right spin and not hitting the 10. I think she was so focused on the cue ball that she definitely mishit the 8. As long as the cue ball stays on the table, which
10 ball corner
she
pocket.
played a little bit with fire there. In the end, it doesn't matter. In this 10, make one each to play herself back into this match. Yeah, you can see if you look at the body language of Sakura, she's a little bit down on herself. I can imagine. Overall match performance 7-14 for the Japanese, 8-30 for Brianna Miller. Break success much higher for Sakura. Missed shots 3-4, quite close. I feel like this match could have been much closer, but Miller just pulling the strings a bit more on Muramatsu than the other way around. Try break, straight in one ball. It looked pretty straight in. And limited options for the cue ball. Looks to be pretty close to the rail. 2 doesn't go to the corner. The 4 is blocking. The 6 is blocking to play the 2 in the middle. So I might actually look to play a safety, possibly. Could bank the 1 to the right side of the 2. Cue ball rolling up on the 8. Would feel like just missing the pocket on the left side, just slightly. No, she just turned it down. Didn't know exactly what to do. Just wasn't going to give an open shot. We're going to see something aggressive. Straight back to the top left. Oh, playing the left side, creating distance.
One ball corner pocket.
Again, we've seen this look before. Looks like she's jumping and her bridge hand being like on her nails. I feel like it might not be the most stable way to put your bridge hand. Yeah, nicely spotted safety. Good shot. This is exactly what I mean. I feel like Brianna has been pulling the strings a bit more. And then when she gets to run the balls, doesn't stutter as often. Of course, she has missed a ball here and there, but she called the one into the bottom left. It would have shape on the two. Cue ball stays, and again, one ball landing in one of those weird positions. Yeah, tried to bring the cue ball to the left side of the 5. So this is on. Chance for Sakura. Like I said, she did start off nice. Nice break around the opening rack. Okay, she just missed the 8. She had the opportunity to go 2-0 up. She can still recover, going 2-1 up with this layout. She does finish straight quite early on this too. Oh, crossover now. Stun left, maybe low left. As you can see from this angle, the side pocket is luring a bit more than you would want. So she might be playing inside spin, getting to the bottom of the 8. Oh, this is spacey. Yeah, also holding the pace crossing over makes the shot more delicate. That's how some people scratch eventually into the middle.
Four ball corner pocket.
Oh, she's pulled one out of the bag there. What a shot she's played. Kicked it straight in. Called it, of course. Look at the shape on the 5. I mean, you could say it was a good safety on the other side. Muramatsu just not running the racks as much as she did yesterday. I feel like she's been not running out successfully. Like she, most of the time, is messing up around the 4, the 5. Little pokey on this one. She's okay though. Not straight in on the 10. Of course, she's starting to feel the pressure too towards the end of the match. The 10 ball drops. And what a steal. Like I said, the safety, there's not much wrong with the save. But Brianna pulling one out of the hat. Beautiful kick and the shape. Gets herself a comfortable lead. 2-1. Maybe not so comfortable, but imagine she's one set up. She's 2 racks away from staying alive in this World Championship. Well, dry break, but really no future at all for Murumatsu. Look at this. I wonder if you put the cue ball to the top left of the table, I'm quite sure my opponent is going to find the safety. There's multiple options to play.
Push out.
So she's played the push out. Technically allowed to push the cue ball wherever, touching whatever ball, pocketing whatever ball. So your opponent gets the option to either play themselves or give the position back to Murumatsu. Like I said, I think there's just too many choices from the positions where he was able to push out to. And I think, well, there might be a little window. Brianna trying to get behind the 9 and the 7.
One ball corner pocket.
Yeah, I can't tell if the cue ball is frozen enough on the floor. Yes, it is.
One ball corner.
Good shot from Murumatsu. If Brianna can catch the right side, she might get some luck with the cue ball running towards the 6 or the 8. Oh, she hit it just a little bit. Well, too much space. Let's say too much space. A bit too aggressive. The hit itself was great. I think was the spot, just the speed. Maybe not exactly. So, I mean, as much as I would like to see this match going to a deciding set or maybe a shootout, it's most of it going to depend on this run out. It has to run 3 rails to the right side of the 3 ball. She just hasn't been running out as much, so it's time to step it up. Well, she is still going to the bottom left. No. For a second, I thought she called it, but turned it down. It's a good safety, but this is exactly what I meant before. Like, the maximum of balls she has been pocketing in a row is maybe 3 or 4 in this whole match. Now in this run out, it has been 2. She gets another chance with the ball in hand.
Foul.
So the area for the 6 a little smaller. Same for the 7, like with the 8 and the 9 laying there. Some path on the table is blocked. This a little bit short. We either have to pull the perfect kill stroke, slow the cue ball down just before targeting the 4, just before hitting the 4. That's why she's chosen to go into the 8 and the 6. Bit tricky. She's queuing over the 8 ball. I think she might. That means she'll have to go into the bottom short rail. And that means how is she even going to get on the 6? Yeah, she did manage to make something out of the 5 and another good safety.
6 ball corner pocket.
But I just keep being reminded by Brianna just kicking the ball and then running out. Eventually, over and over, she's getting back to the table. And it's not always about making the ball. It's like if your opponent is kicking and he leaves you a couple times like this, eventually, if you make a little mistake on the safety, they get the first opportunity because you had to play safe. So, small details. Another good safety will be already easier to hit. Again, she has chosen to go 2 rails. She has done that before. Bit surprised. She could have gone 1 rail. 2 rails always more sensitive to the slide of the cloth. Oh, needs to kibble to stop. Oh, she will have to go 3 rails now to play the 8 in the top right. It will have to be a bit straighter, honestly. Or is she going to leave herself very long on the 8? Cannot imagine. Ooh, she didn't even play to get close to the 8. She's gonna be on the rail. I don't understand why she didn't go 3 rails, run towards the 8. Cannot really go wrong with the pace. She needs this rack. If she goes down 3-1, I fear the worst for Sakura Muramatsu. How's the leave? How's the leave? Where does the 8 ball land? We might have something aggressive on the 9. She's going to cut the 8 into the 9. Could even go rail first. Like, the 9 ball does play a bit bigger into the corner. Ooh, the overcut. Didn't see that coming. And again, a very similar leave. We're going to play the full cut on the 8 to the bottom right. The 9 is now a bit out of the corner, so the carom definitely not as easy. Well, she is going for the cut. I mean, anybody on the planet would miss this. Yeah, I think, honestly, with these kind of shots, nobody should be... Well, how am I going to say this? Nobody really should be disappointed to miss those, because you got to be so fine, so precise. Of course, when you go for it, you're trying your everything to make them, but there are no hangers at all. Yeah, nice thin contact. She's got the distance. The 8 is quite close to the rail, so I'm not sure if there's a bank. So she might be playing the opposite sides. The 8 to the top long rail, the ball to the bottom. In this view, of course. Well, let's see. Does Brianna Miller like a game of bank pool? Is she going to play the bank? Yes, she is. She doesn't have to. She could play safety. The 8 to the bottom short rail and create the distance again. She's swinging. She's swinging. She didn't play any safety in mind either. She could have left the cue ball near the bottom short rail. Very aggressive approach. And that's the one that had to drop. And we're trying to give Muramatsu a chance. She's going to play for the 10 into the top left, or is she going to pass the side pocket for the 10 in the middle? Yeah, that's what she's done. She's perfect on the 10, so this is going to each. Brianna, maybe a bit impatient. Maybe could have played it with the safety in mind. She had the chance, so she is going to be disappointed not to get on the hill first. We're now 2 each in this second set. So the fifth rack. Soon we are going to find out who's going to get on the hill first. Does maybe make the two. She does make the two. A bank shot available on the one. She could get shape on the three ball. Would open up the rack, so it could be tempter for her. This could be something that she wants to take on. But maybe she'll just play it safe. Right side of the one. The cue ball above the six. Gotta play your feelings too. Yeah, just wondering if on both sides the ladies are going to start to feel the heat. I mean, imagine Brianna losing the second set. Would feel like she will have to start all over, and now in just one set, Murmatsu is realizing that she might have a chance to get back where they all started. And that's also one of the beautiful things in this set format. Brings up many thoughts, many ways to look at it, many different perspectives. And also mental challenges coming from this.
One ball. Side pocket.
Yeah. Can she still go around the 10? Wow, one real hit. Does the three ball go by the 7-9? If it doesn't, we're going to see a similar safety. Go to the left of the 9, or the bottom side of the 9. Cue ball up by the 4. I think the three ball does go by. Oh, did she call that? No, I was going to say if she had called that, that would be phenomenal. Bad news I do have for Brianna is the fact that she did leave a window between the 5 and the 8. Get this in. I get the 5 into the middle. Well, Matsu does have a chance to put herself on the hill in this second set. My biggest question has not been in this match who is the tactical favorite. For me, it's more been who's running out the most. So far, it has been Brianna more often. Well, she's starting to get some feeling, a bit more angle on this 7. Still, if she stuns the cue ball, let's say a diamond out from where the 7 is, should still be okay for the 8 in the top right. It would be impressive. Like I said, she has done it before against Pia Filler yesterday. A little straighter here. We'll have to punch the ball quite a bit. Oh dear, this is trouble. Did she try to hold the cue ball or was she trying to cross over? I think she still does have a cut to the bottom right, and I think this is one you have to take on. It's quite far off the rail, so the bank not easy by any means. This is such a crucial point in the match as well. Oh, she decided to play safe, but she's left the shot on the 10, or she's left the overcut safety on the 10. So either way, Brianna could give herself some advantage on this 10. And what a brilliant stroke. She's pulled out there to steal this rack. I mean, there's not much more I can get to. I mean, well, Matsu just has not been clearing up those racks. She's done all the hard work. Brianna now on the double hill, just needing one more to survive this one loss. First round in the one loss side. Well, at least a relief for Muramatsu. Imagine you just failed to manage to get on the 10, and then your opponent is breaking. Imagine you make a ball and get shape. You might be stuck in the chair and might not come back out of it. So now, could she bring the 1 ball down table, cue ball behind the 6? Or softer, just a split with the 6 in between? No, she chose to go aggressive. Has pushed the 3 ball in a bit of trouble. Obviously, with where the 7 is laying. This run out on both sides of the table now. A bit difficult. Also, the 8 didn't go by the 9. Could maybe bank the 2 ball towards the 4. And the cue ball to the right side of the 10. Play a safety. Bit of opposite sides, but also developing the bunch. Ooh, she tried to roll up. Has done nicely. Opting to not go for it. At least the 7 and the 3 have developed. A bit of a roll to get the 2 behind the 10. I mean, this really still can go anywhere. Imagine to catch that one big roll and still being able to take this set. Yeah, no natural angle on the 2. Is she going to play another save? No, she did go for it. How's the pace? Does she land on the 3 ball or behind the 7? Well, it does stop nicely. Little straight on this 3 ball. We'll have to pull out quite a big stroke to bring the cue ball in between the 4 and the 8. Oh, well, it looked like the cue ball was tracking very close to the middle, and it did. It does stay on the table. Now, how is she going to get on the 8 ball later on? Is she going to draw now into the 8 and have something on the 5? Or is she going to go travel back and forth? Because the layout now is a tricky one. She will have to cross over from the 7 to the top side of the 8 to the short side. Going to be a little short. The only option now is to draw back and play the cross-side bank on the 8. Ooh. I am not sure if the defense was the best choice. Like I said, you kind of had to draw back for the bank. I do understand that offensive play might feel scary being down 3-2 in the second set. Oh. Oh. Any lifeline is a lifeline. Do you see any doubt? I mean, it's not that bad. She's missed the ball. Then already checking her queuing, feeling like, oh, not smooth, but you just tell yourself, okay, listen, I missed one ball. There's nothing wrong before you start to break down yourself. Straight draw, look at this. Perfect shape. At least not queuing over the 9. And I fear we are going to see more drama coming in this match because this looks like it's going 3 each. Ooh, that did wobble a little bit. This stand to make this 3 each.
10 ball corner pocket.
Yeah, excitement all the way till the end. Now, let's see. Table 1. Kaplan lost the opening set. They have gone into the deciding set with Kaplan winning the second set 4-3. So, tight match as well on table 1. And it's the one lost side. This is where maybe a couple players that are, maybe not capable of winning the World Championship, but maybe they could make a deep run, quarterfinal, semifinal, or like last 16. So this is where a lot of players from the same caliber or close meet each other. And if one is playing not so great and the other is playing a little better, just feeling wise, it makes for tight matches. So I expect the one lost side to be an incredible grind. And I can imagine one of these ladies, they're actually just hoping for a chance to go at the grind. I think she did go aggressive for the cut, trying to force something, trying to make something happen to get the 2 into the opposite middle.
One ball corner pocket.
She's called the bank. Could trap herself quite bad if she makes this. It's gonna get close. It's gonna get very close. Like I said, she's gonna trap herself bad if she makes it. I was more thinking about maybe playing the 1 into the 4, cue ball in between the 9 and the 10 to get behind the 10 ball. Okay, she's still able to kick over the top short rail. She didn't put herself under the 4 yet. It's not all about making a contact. It's also what you leave your opponent. She's running out of time. That was her luck. Well, I don't think she can complain at the moment. No shot on this too. Probably a roll up on the 3 ball. Unless she's going for the combination. Make the combination. 2 ball does go to the top left corner. The bottom left in this view. Good opening shot. And now the chance to win this match. Can she clear up? Yeah, has to stun over at least out to the middle of the table, or a diamond or 2 out. She won't be able to get to the middle of the table. And this is the best she could have done. Good choice. Sometimes players, they get lost by trying to play the wrong positional area or line. Oh, a little dip in the stroke, not as much option as she wanted to. Well, now she has come to the point where she's relying on her single shot making. She could have done maybe a little bit more on the 6. Needs a recovery. Stun right, maybe a little bit draw into the right long rail and back out. Well, at least she has given herself an angle on this 8. You can see the nerves. Deep breathing. And that eye on the shot clock. She was playing quite pacey in the beginning. I feel like it was working for her. Now she's so trying to grind it out. She has the angle to play low left, to draw to the bottom left of the table. She has gone forward, but again, looks like she's either not targeting the absolute top of the cue ball, or she's dipping at the end of the stroke. And this is a big cut and a big moment. Any mistake is going to cost her the set. Puts us in the deciding set. So this then to knock out Muramatsu into the second one last round. Brianna Miller could go if she makes this 10. She does get the job done, so it is Brianna Miller surviving a scare here in the second set. winning this match 2-0 in sets. Fortunately, we will have to see Muramatsu in the Fujifilm Women's Showdown later this week. Thanks everybody for tuning in at Billiard TV for the Banca del Fucino World Women Tennis Championship. My name is Tim de Ruiter, and I would love to see you back for the next upcoming matches. So we'll see you soon.